If you'll please stand. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and Council Chambers. Our invocation this morning will be given by Dr. Brian Hill with the First Baptist Church.
Please pray with me. Father, as we come before you this morning, we thank you for the blessings that are ours, and we are reminded through Scripture that all good things come from you, and that we are called to steward those things. And so I pray for not only our council, but each of us as citizens, that we would recognize the blessings that you have given us in our city and all of the things that we have here to enjoy, and remind us that we are to steward those well. I pray especially for our council as they lead us, give them discernment, give them wisdom, and guide them to the decisions that are best for our community and those of us who call this home. So thank you for them. Thank you for their willingness to serve, and we just ask your blessings on them and their families. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Hill. And today our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by 5th grader Evelyn Higgins. She is an honorable student and an International Baccalaureate ambassador for the 5th grade. Evelyn, you want to pull that? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Evelyn. City Secretary, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Cantu. Here. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson. Here. Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council, and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Before we begin, and we're going to go straight to public comment, do we have the list yet? Or, yeah, okay. We'll go straight to public comment. But again, before we begin, I'd like to just ask you to join me in a moment of silence to honor Mr. Bobby Galvan Sr., who recently passed away. Mr. Galvan's love for his heritage, the arts, business, and of course his community was very evident in everything that he did. And he's definitely a legend in our community. So again, if you'll join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. And our condolences go out to his family. So as we proceed to item F, public comment, I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but certainly not the only method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, and even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before we begin, I'd like to ask our City Attorney, Miles Risley, to review the council meeting rules of decorum.
City Council rules of decorum. To effectively conduct the business of the city during public comment period, all citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the City Council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. And if you'll please state your name and city in which you live before beginning your comments, that would be appreciated. You have two opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at this present time, and second, when the item is actually heard. If you'll please choose one option, that too would be appreciated. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will hand it to us. So with that, we'll start with Mr. Stephen Klepper.
Morning. Congratulations to the new council. Steve Klepper, City of Corpus Christi, District 2. Several of you have run on the issue of transparency and accountability, and that's the topic here that I want to talk about today. I think the lack of transparency complicates your job and it shortchanges the public. I think, in my opinion, transparency is a key issue and it's one that you should focus on. It's not something you just achieve all at once. Specifically, why do I say that there's a lack of transparency with this administration? Slide 2, please. It looks like I'm focusing on the budget, but I think the lack of transparency in this has impaired the council's ability to effectively deal with the budget. Now, why do I say that? The city manager, I've got 3 bullets there on some data the city manager has failed to provide you that would help in your deliberations over the budget and in your general management of the city. There's a lot of discussion everywhere about efficiency, the need to operate more efficiently. But you won't see any discussion from the city on what are some measures of how efficiently input-output are we doing, or even more importantly, effectively. No key KPIs. I know some departments have them. I know Wes in the water department has KPIs, but the public is not seeing them. There is no explicit definition of services and service levels when you're discussing the budget. A service level, for example, would be a response time to a complaint, or how long it takes to fix a wastewater backup, all of these sort of things. And when people talk about zero-based budgeting, which some of the candidates had mentioned, you have to know what the service levels are. It's easy to slash the budget, but it's not so easy to make sure you're not impacting levels of service. Basis for fees. There was a lot of discussion on fees, particularly in parks, but the city manager is not providing you with information upon which you can evaluate the fees. What is the actual full cost? What's the cost recovery target? What is the variable cost recovery target? All of these things. Those are 3 examples of many of the lack of transparency in this organization. Slide 3, please. Now, when the city manager arrived in 2019, I had retired after 27 years, but before he got here. But I noticed that he eliminated what the city already had. City performance report. And it dealt with a lot of those things. That's just a screenshot of the water department CPR. Oh wow, is that 3 minutes already? My goodness. I have a lot more to say, but I do hope you focus on improving the transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klepper. Carrie Meyer.
Thank you. Carrie Meyer, North Beach. I'm here today on behalf of North Beach Community Association to ask the City Council and the Mayor to nominate and appoint Ron Graben, NBCA's president, to the North Beach TERS Community Representative position. It's, I think, agenda item number 5 on your agenda today. I would just like to stop for just a minute and ask everyone who's here from North Beach who supports Ron for this position to please stand up. Thank you. So this is why it's important to us. We took off the middle of the day on a work day to come to let you know that this position is important to us. NBCA, North Beach Community Association, is a nonprofit. It's not an official committee for the city. The city can choose to listen to us or not to listen to us. Usually they do, and we appreciate that. But this position is actually an important position because it gives North Beach a voice in decisions that are being made using our taxpayer dollars. Our taxpayer dollars that we're paying go into this fund. And without someone who actually lives on North Beach, who understands the day-to-day things that happen there, what it's like to drive down the roads every day, what it's like to see the flooding every day, someone who really understands it, who's not just looking at it from across the bridge, it's so important to have that person. Sure, we have the Lexington and the aquarium on that board, but they are focused on their own entities and come and go and don't live there. So a little different. So we just sure appreciate if you guys could nominate and appoint Ron Graben to this TERS board, because it will be our only voice, official voice in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Marion Elder.
Good morning. My name is Marion Elder. I also live on North Beach, have lived and worked there for over 10 years, well over 10 years. I would also like to support Ron Graben as our TERS representative. The current one, Ms. Garcia, I'm sorry to tell you, I don't even know who she is. I don't believe she's attended any of our meetings, neighborhood meetings, and my understanding is that she's only been our representative 50% of the meetings that the TERS puts together. So I think this is really important, and we appreciate your support, and please understand that we understand how important this position is. And I'm here to support Ron Graben. Thank you very much. Have a happy day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Elder. Myra Helm.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Myra Angelica Holm, owner and resident of North Beach. I've been there for 23 years. I'm also here in support of Ron Graben. I believe for that position, you need somebody who's very active in our community, and he is. Ron truly knows the area. He knows the business people. He knows the residents. He's always out there, and like some of our other community members have said and will say, we need somebody to represent the best interest for the North Beach area, and we ask you to nominate and appoint Ron Graben this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helm. Barbara Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Barbara Johnson. I also live on North Beach here in Corpus Christi, and I'm here for the same reason. I want Ron Graben to be our tours manager or be the person that can speak for us. We need somebody that has their hand on the heartbeat of our area. We have probably the most valuable land on North Beach that there is anywhere that isn't built up. And it's an absolute shame that we have to deal with flooding and losing all types of time and energy when people can't get out to go to work. services can't come in to take care of our area. And I think Ron would be the best person. He's excellent at speaking, and he pays a great deal of attention to everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Tracy Jackson?
Tracy Jackson, North Beach. I'm just requesting that council members and the mayor endorse Ron Graven to become the District 4 TERS rep. And he is the most intelligent selection, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bob Catalano?
Madam Mayor, Council, congratulations to the winners. I'd like to just say the same thing. Whatever they said, I'm saying the same thing. And Ron is well-spoken. He's just built a nice, very nice house next door to my house on the beach. So he's got a dog in the hunt here. And he is active in the community, and he is someone that gets along, I think, with most of you up here, which is very important. And I just want to say thanks to the council also, because since some positions have been filled, North Beach, you can see the impact of what's going on North Beach. And we who live there really appreciate that. It's a quarter of a century that I'm there. I know I don't look that old to live there a quarter of a century, but I have lived there a quarter. And there's big improvements going on. I really want to thank you, and the people from North Beach want to thank you too. And I wanted to just say something. A lot of movement on the beach right now with sand being implemented in different areas. And it's really looking nice over there. I want to thank you guys for that. And
Sir,
we want Ron to win.
Sir, can you state your name and city for the record? Sorry, I forgot to tell you earlier.
I did forget that.
Yes,
Bob Catalano, North Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Catalano. Ariana Jones?
Good afternoon, esteemed elected officials. My name is Ariana Jones, and I am a lifetime resident of North Beach. I'm here today with all my fellow residents of North Beach, asking you to please elect Ron Graven to be a part of the TERS community representative. He is an amazing leader and voice in our little community. It's little, but it's strong, and we continue to grow, and we want to get our community together, and I think he is a wonderful leader for that. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ron Graven?
Well, here he is, Ron Graven. I am North Beach resident, Corpus Christi, North Beach resident. Not only do I live on North Beach, I live on North Beach Beach. So when you go on my balcony, I can see all the way from the one end of the peninsula to the other end, all the way from north to the south. And I am profoundly honored and humbled that these individuals would take time to come and support me in this role. I'm not looking to be somebody. I never have. I don't need to build a resume. I'm done with all that. Matter of fact, I've never had a resume my whole life. I've never worked for anybody. So this is sort of a humbling experience to have these individuals say, Ron, we want you to represent us on North Beach, and I take that very seriously. As you know, there's many things other that you can do with your time, but these people have taken up their time to come and put an exclamation mark next to how important it is that one of us who is active in the community serve on the TERS as a representative for them. And the reason for that is I think they have felt that in the times past that exclamation point has been somewhat ignored, and that's why they are here, and that's why we are putting the exclamation after this event so that you will know how important it is to us. So thank you very much, and I appreciate all of you and your service, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graven. Marvin Jones. The room is empty. Half empty.
Some going too.
Come on down.
Well, the question is there anybody left in North Beach? Marvin Jones, I live in District Number 4. Mr. Roy Coons and Bob Corbett. We are 3 members of the Island Strategic Action Committee. We do not represent the committee. The committee did not have time to take a vote and pass a resolution to endorse Kaylin Paxson for the chairman of the Tours 2 committee. But we are here in support of her and would like you to vote her into that position. So I think she'll do an excellent job. She has a majority, an overwhelming majority of the vote on the island and in the Bluff for her position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir. Likewise. Thank you. Ralph Ricardo.
Good afternoon. My name's Ralph Ricardo. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi. I fell in love with this city when I began my 25-year Navy career here learning to fly. In 2020, my wife and I sold our home and properties in Virginia and came here to make Corpus Christi our forever home. However, if I'd known the full extent of the water management problems here, I can't say we'd make the same decision. I have absolutely no commercial interest in the health of Corpus Christi Bay. I just think it's beautiful, and I don't want to see any harm come to it. So it was with great concern that I read the December Texas Monthly article, Corpus Christi's first water desalination plant could create dead zones. It states that the inner harbor plant modeling that you have relied upon does not adequately take into account the effect on the bay beyond the discharge location. Other locations where desal has worked have far different characteristics in Corpus Christi Bay. The experts in that article have the right credentials and they know what they're talking about. But frankly, it isn't even a stretch for any reasonable person to conclude that dumping 50 million gallons of oxygen-deprived sludge each day, that's 50 million gallons every day, into a shallow bay that connects with the Gulf only at the ship channel, could likely kill dolphins, fish, and other aquatic life. Truth be told, if you take away the water that's been promised to industry, even in droughts, there's plenty of water for the people you were elected to represent. But I realize those promises are a done deal. So those past decisions have backed us into a corner. We have to have desalination. But it's not too late to change course and do the right thing. If there is the slightest chance, even 1 in 100, that we could see dead dolphins and dead fish, hundreds and thousands, floating belly up in that bay, why in heaven's name would you take that risk? I'm certain that you do not want your legacy to be that this council and this mayor ruined Corpus Christi Bay and turned it into a dead sea. I know that changing the location for that plant would allow dumping the sludge into the Gulf would cost much more than the inner harbor location. But if you think it's too late or too expensive or can't be done, you are mistaken. You can change course. All it takes is the will to do the right thing for the city and for Corpus Christi Bay. And with that, I'm certain you'll find a way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ricardo. Brendan, I'm sorry, we don't have applauding in council chambers. Thank you. Brendan Heselton.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brendan Heselton. I'm a fly fishing guide, and I live on Oso Bay. I'm here today to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed Inner Harbor desalination plant and the larger implications it carries for our community and environment. Corpus Christi and the surrounding regions are indeed facing a water crisis, with our reservoirs at critically low levels and the city under Stage 3 drought restrictions since December of 2024. However, the proposed solution on desalination, particularly the Inner Harbor project, raises grave environmental, economic, and ethical concerns that must be addressed. The city claims the plant will produce 30 million gallons of water per day, but fails to fully disclose the impact of its byproduct, hypersaline brine. This brine, which would be discharged into the Corpus Christi ship channel, poses severe risk to the health of the bay system. Studies have shown that the stagnant waters of the Inner Harbor take approximately 1.5 years to fully exchange, meaning the brine would have limited opportunity to dilute. Instead, it would accumulate, increasing salinity levels, reducing oxygen, and threatening the seagrasses, marine plants, and nursery habitats critical for fish and crustaceans. Beyond the environmental concerns, the placement of this plant in the Inner Harbor directly impacts the historically Black and Latino Hillcrest neighborhood. For decades, Hillcrest has borne the brunt of industrial development with increased pollution, noise, and health risks, disproportionately affecting its residents. This project continues a legacy of environmental injustice by adding another significant source of industrial waste and harm to a community that has long been marginalized. Residents of Hillcrest deserve better than to be treated as collateral damage for the sake of industrial growth. Experts such as Dr. Paul Montagna from the Hart Research Institute and Dr. Ben Hodges, a leading hydrological engineer from the University of Texas, have raised significant red flags about this project. They highlight the likelihood of hypoxia and other ecosystem disruptions far beyond the immediate discharge site. Ignoring these concerns places the entire bay system, and by extension, our fisheries, local economy, and way of life at risk. Moreover, the city's decision to discharge brine into the bay instead of piping it offshore into the Gulf of Mexico, where it could safely dilute, seems short-sighted. While this may save costs up front, it would leave us to bear the long-term economic and environmental burden, from potential fish kills to the collapse of industries dependent on healthy bay waters. This project is not just an environmental hazard, but also a form of corporate welfare. In recent years, the city has signed away vast quantities of water to industries like ExxonMobil and Steel Dynamics, granting them massive tax breaks while residents face rising water bills and drought restrictions. ExxonMobil's plastic plant alone consumes 25 million gallons of water per day, nearly matching the output of the proposed Inner Harbor plant. These desalination projects appear to prioritize industrial needs over the community's long-term sustainability. If these plants are built as proposed, they will likely trigger a cascade of environmental damage, increased pollution, and heightened ship traffic, potentially destroying the estuary and the lifeblood of our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heselton. Amanda Breland.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amanda. I live in District 1, Corpus Christi. I'm here today to express my deep opposition to the proposed desalination plant. I was also told I had to keep it demure, so I'm going to try to keep this as short as possible. I'd like to remind the City Council that y'all are here to represent the people of Corpus Christi. Y'all work for us, and it's time y'all start acting like it. There is so much data and research that has been gathered and presented time after time about the negative impact of this desalination plant. Not only on the city's residents, but the environment as well. And the majority of y'all continue to ignore it. At this point, if you support the building of this plant in the area that it's in, you are either paid for or you lack the brain capacity to understand the data put before you. This plant is not in the best interest of the city's people, and it's clear to anyone with any sort of sense. This is our home, not a resource to be sold to the highest bidder. Do better, y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Breland. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock, so you know where to find me. Good afternoon, newly elected public servants of the community and taxpayer-funded employees. Some of you worked extremely hard to win your seat the right way. Some of you barely made it back into office. If you won your seat through absentee votes by using your client's email distribution list on accident, you rolled the dice the right way, or because people have forgotten who you really are and what you've done in the past, we will be here to remind them. We will be watching, participating, and we will demand accountability to the community. Accountability will be the theme through all of your terms. We as a community are waking up to the fact that we have to get involved in our local governing entities. We will hold you all accountable to this community and demand that you all prioritize us first and foremost. Times are changing. We are demanding honesty, transparency, and actual growth and true, visible improvements to and throughout our entire community. Jump on board or enjoy your last term. After 5 long years, many of us now recognize and see that the city manager does not like our community very much. He continues to insert himself in situations that he should not be a part of. He is making irresponsible financial decisions and has ballooned our city budget with no population growth, and he is not making choices for the betterment of our community, our way of life here, for the short or long term. We are a stepping stone for other things for him. Poor treatment and public lashings of those community members that are involved and care about the direction of our community will no longer be tolerated or accepted. It should have never been. Resolve community issues, especially those who come here multiple times asking for help during public comment. Listen to them. Tyrannical, unconstitutional behavior and or decision-making will no longer be acceptable. I'm hopeful for real leadership, and I feel that we have elected a few strong leaders that will bring that back to our city. Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn, Councilman Hernandez, Councilwoman Campos, Councilwoman Paxson, and Councilman Cantu. Congratulations. Back to business. ExxonMobil SABIC Gulf Coast Growth Ventures came online in January of 2022 using 12.5 million gallons of water a day. The city of Corpus Christi went into stage 1 drought restrictions on June 14th, 2022. 5 months later. Is this a coincidence? I think not. In 2022, Elon Musk estimated that they would need 400 million gallons of water a day. As of this month, 3 years later, it is now forecasted to be 8 million gallons of water per day. They lie. Use your head, do the math, save our community, find other economic drivers that will bring different revenue streams to our community. We need balance. It is time. Godspeed and have the day you deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Gallero. Ryan Hainish.
I'm Ryan Hanish. Corpus Christi is my home. District 2 is where I live. The desal project inspired me to speak here in 2021. I didn't use readers back then. Conditions have worsened in the interval. Our land is more destroyed and polluted. Wealth is increasingly funneled from mid to lower income folks to billionaires. And the ruling classes double down on greed, deceitfulness, and violence. While we show up in blue at city council meetings, they pull strings in the halls of power in DC and Wall Street. They laugh at us or ignore us. For change to occur, they will need to fear us. My objection to this ecologically damning, industry enriching, and household fleecing policy has not wavered. The following is my message to the unborn or future life of this land. Chapter 2. You are an afterthought, if thought of at all. We, your ancestors, struggle to imagine beyond quarterly financial reports and are led to believe history began yesterday. While the plastic-infused coastal plains face intensifying storms mingled with drought or flood, many worry over their next meal, while a select few plot their next billion or profit from genocide. Faceless corporations orchestrate their greed, and for-profit public servants speak from both sides of their mouth, leaving an increasingly polarized and distrustful multitude scrambling beneath Valero-funded surveillance cameras along the Seawall. Erosion of coastlines dovetails with erosion of liberties. Degradation of ecosystems parallels decay of community. When you review the written record of our time, what will you think? If you could find a descendant of the original peoples of this land, ask them about reciprocity and gratitude, then shut up and listen. They may be gone. We all may be gone.
Thank you, Mr. Hanish. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. First of all, let me tell you, congratulations to every one of you that was elected legally. It was absolutely fantastic if you were. On the other hand, remember one thing, that you were elected to represent people. The people, not only the people behind me, but all of the people in Corpus Christi, whether they're in North Beach or the island. You were elected to represent all of them. And if you're in a district, that doesn't preclude you from taking care of the rest of Corpus Christi. So I want you to remember that when you do your votes and when they're coming up. And when we're talking about water, remember one thing. I, for one, am in favor of desalination. Why? Because in 3 years, you won't have water. And all of these people behind me that are telling you not to bring the desal plants here, they're not going to be here. Because if you don't have water, you don't have a city. So I applaud the city manager for looking into brown water, for finding other means to come and bring water to our city. We need every single source to get us water into our lakes. We're not getting it from the sky, people. We're not getting it from where we're supposed to. So it's up to you to find ways to get it. I don't like the location. I'd love it out in the bay, but we have to take what we have, and we have to save Corpus Christi. And to save Corpus Christi, we need water. We live in a desert. Remember that. And there is no guarantee that we will have water 3 hours from now. Ask that to your staff, and they will tell you the same. They have to find water. You have to find water if Corpus Christi is going to continue to live. So do your job. Glad you're here. Whatever you do, remember, we are going to be here, and your feet can get pretty hot if you don't do the right thing. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Marilena Garza.
Sorry, I'm a little tired. Marilena Garza, District 1. For people who are new to the dais, I'm the CEO and founder of the Free Store Corpus Christi. We provide humanitarian aid to those experiencing extreme poverty. There's been a lot of talk about legacy, and the legacy that 7 of you have left is disgusting. Last week, temperatures dipped below 45 degrees, and the projected weather calls for rain today and tomorrow with dangerous temperatures and another cold front Saturday night. Thursday, I got hypothermia from going out into the rain to make sure that people didn't freeze to death, because we had 1 overnight shelter. We have 14 warming centers, 6 of which are libraries, and the other are senior centers, which you always cut their budget, and you give them no money. Thursday, when I was coming in, shivering cold, I stopped to get a coffee across from the Galvan Ballroom, and I walked up on a gentleman who appeared to be homeless digging in the trash. Luckily, the Sonic on Saratoga fed that man because it really wasn't the city of Corpus Christi. All of y'all were at home nice and warm. When I spoke to that man, he had to make the tough decision on whether or not to pay his gas to keep him, his wife, and his 3 kids warm, or groceries. What do you think he picked? Had I not stopped, even though I was hyperthermic, I should have just gone straight home. Had I not stopped, he would have kept digging in that trash to feed his kids. That's the legacy that 7 of y'all have left our city of Corpus Christi. I am begging you to please suspend cutting off people's gas until it warms up. I'm not saying for you to give them free gas. I'm just asking you, begging you, please stop turning off people's gas. Please participate in the point in time count that is going to be happening on the 23rd of this month. I don't know, I'm assuming that you guys just don't understand the severity of this. There's 1,177 people experiencing houselessness, and on the 23rd, I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to look at 1,400 to 1,600 more individuals struggling with that, and that's just houselessness. That gentleman that I helped digging in the trash, he is not houseless. We have a 17.6 poverty rate here. That means that over 53,000 of your constituents are digging in the trash. I leave with the words of Dr. King. I must admit that I am initially disappointed in being so categorized as an extremist. But as I continue to think about the matter, I gradually gain a bit of satisfaction from being considered an extremist. Was not Abraham Lincoln an extremist? This nation cannot survive half slave and half free. Was not Thomas Jefferson an extremist? We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. So the question is not whether we will be extremists, but what kind of extremists we will be. Will we be extremists for the preservation of injustice, or will we be extremists for the cause of justice? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Adam Rios?
Adam Rios, Corpus Christi, owner, founder of Pony Boy Skate Company. I usually try and explain what my company is, just the statement. Pony Boy Skate Company is a company that strives to create a brand with unifying principles and properties in a way that can take roots within a community. I'm a proud member of the Apache Passion Project. We raise funds to build skates on native parks and indigenous land for those kids to have something to do, because if you've been to a reservation recently, it's a lot more extreme than some of the TV shows that you watch. I'm a proud member of our city's Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, and I have worked proud with prior council and looking forward to this council. We were able to not only rehabilitate Cole Park Skate Park, which was about to be written off at a certain point, but we've had the addition of West Guth Skate Park. We are hoping to expand Renowski Park in Flower Bluff, as well as pushing a skate park into phase 1 of the Commodores Island project. Shout out to the Stoke Brokers Association out there. Those kids are awesome. One of the reasons I push on these things is because it's relevant to a lot of what you hear people come up here and talk about. These parks, they have minimal maintenance costs. They don't require millions and millions of gallons of water. They don't have central heat and air. You don't have to water them. You literally just seal them every 4 to 5 years for about a day or two, and these parks last decades. It's where we went wrong with Cole Park, but we got together through council and community, and we redeemed that. I also wanted to stress that, I'm a proud member of the city. Proud Islander. I've lived a lot of places. I had a lot of encouragement from my mom, but only because, may she rest in peace, she used to always tell me, once you get this out of your system, you're going to have to grow up and get a real job. Well, I started a skate company and just kind of further extended my adolescence to the man-child you see before you. But I also like to harp on these skate parks because they are very, they're not polarizing. You see a lot of different representation there, much like you see here with all these different groups. You see different races, you see different religions, different socioeconomic backgrounds, all just sort of coming together and encouraging each other. You watch a kid fail over and over and over again, and then they just get up and do it, and it's pretty symbolic, really, of what you can achieve as a community if you just start to encourage each other. I read this once before, and I wanted to go ahead and read it again. My time is winding down, but it's not the naysayers who count. It's not the person who points out how the strong stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done differently. The credit to success belongs to the person who actually was in the arena, whose face and body are marred with sweat, blood, and dust, who strives valiantly, who comes up short again and again, but in the end may know the triumph of high achievement, and who, when he does fail or she does fail, does so doing greatly. I don't know, there's a parallel that can happen there with council and community, and I know we're all striving to get there. So thank you all very much.
Mr. Rios. Sean Carter. Sean Carter here? Okay. Isabel Reza.
Hello, my name is Isabel Raiza, and I'm a resident living in District 2. Before I begin, I'd like to ask all the people who oppose the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant to be located in the Hillcrest neighborhood to please stand up.
Mayor, this is a violation of the
I'm
rules.
here today as part of a coalition of...
I'm sorry,
Ms.
Ms. Ariza, can you hold, please, Councilwoman? Ms. Ariza, can you hold for 1 second, please?
Mayor, that's a violation of the rules, no demonstrations, or blocking of the view, and she is supposed to be addressing the city council.
And she what?
And she's supposed to be addressing the city council, not back to the audience.
Okay. Okay, so if everyone would please not stand, if you would not please direct people to stand and do that. That was not a council meeting, though. Or you can, was that a, hold on. Okay.
That's my mayor.
Go ahead.
Can I reclaim my time?
Addressing the something other than the city council, like the audience, is a violation of the rules, Mayor.
Okay. So is North Beach an issue?
Could be an issue too, but it was.
I'm sorry. Okay, guys. Okay, please.
But we're not.
Okay, please.
We're not addressing
Listen.
that issue right now.
Hold on, please. We don't speak out, okay? We're trying to keep decorum, so I'm asking you, okay? I'm trying to keep decorum, ma'am. So I understand you have a perspective, okay? But there is a decorum here. And so if I'm asking you to please understand that. So I'm not asking you to agree. I'm asking you to understand that. We're hearing from the city attorney. So go ahead. You're saying that
I was saying it's a violation of the rules of decorum to address the audience.
So it's a violation of the rules of decorum. So I'm asking you all, please, to not ask for a standing, representation of who's here. Mr. Reisinger, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, please, again, back to decorum. On the I'm sorry. Councilwoman Campos, we have a system set up here, so if you would like to speak, if you'll please use the monitors here. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And Miles, I think what they're pointing out is somewhat hypocritical that we didn't point it out during the North Beach discussion when Kerry Myers asked people that were supporting Ron Graven to stand up. We should have pointed it out at that point and not have two different standards here. I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish here. I think we should have caught that beforehand. We need to treat people equally and fairly. So I'd appreciate it, if you'd catch it the first time. Thank you.
You are correct, and both of those violations should be noted.
Okay, and so, Miles, I think that needs to be, in the future, if that's, and I'm sorry, we've had ceremonies, we've had a meeting, and then this is another meeting. So forgive that. I was incorrect in saying it wasn't a meeting. It was in the public comment. But that needs to be pointed out. I understand what you guys are saying. But again, we have to follow decorum. But I am asking you, if you see and catch that, it has to be, for everyone. And it has to be initially. I don't expect you to respond. I'm just telling you, it doesn't look good, it isn't fair, and it has to be consistent. So moving forward, let's make sure that happens. Ms. Ariza. Yeah.
I'm here today as part of a coalition of people and organizations committed to advocating for the rights of residents to have clean, reliable, affordable water to drink, to have clean air to breathe, and to have a clean environment to live in. We want to congratulate you on your victory and welcome you to your term. As a council, you will face many issues, few as critical and urgent as our water crises. We have great hopes for this new council. You all have the power to make better decisions than past councils. You have the power to center people's needs and concerns. You have the power to correct flawed, poorly planned, and poorly researched decisions. You have the power to save our bay and the local economy that relies on it. We come to you today to let you know that we remain committed to advocating for all residents, our water, and our environment. We want a resilient, sustainable, thriving Corpus Christi and Coastal Bend, and we want to help move our community closer to those goals. With that said, we would like to share some information and suggestions with you. In Oaxaca, Mexico, people often go days without water running from their taps. The state only allows water to flow through residential pipes once every 3 or 4 weeks due to drought conditions that have caused reservoirs to run low. To conserve what little water remains, residents in Oaxaca must endure 20 to 40 days a year without running water. When the water is turned on, they cannot afford to waste a single drop. Dishwater is collected in a bucket, strained, and reused to flush toilets. However, many also avoid using the toilet entirely, opting instead to use a dry bucket to save water. Large containers are filled and used as personal reservoirs so people can ladle water over themselves to bathe. When the water runs out, they rely on wet wipes to maintain hygiene. This grim reality highlights the severity of water scarcity and the tough choices communities must make during extreme droughts. This could become our reality in Corpus Christi as we face a stage 4 drought. The drought in Oaxaca has parallels to the drought affecting the Coastal Bend, where industrial water use remains unlimited. Though in Oaxaca, where tourism drives the economy, hotels secure enough water to ensure that visitors don't face shortages. Similarly, in the Coastal Bend, even during stage 3 drought conditions, industry's water needs are prioritized over residents. We know this to be true because heavy industrial users are allowed special rules that we aren't allowed to access. They pay a little extra to be exempt from drought restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ariza.
Also, I'm super hopeful with all these people here.
Melissa Zamora.
Hello, my name is Melissa Zamora. I am born and raised here in Corpus Christi, living in District 2. I went to school here all throughout Del Mar, and I'm now a school teacher. Corpus Christi is my home, and I love it dearly. I went to Austin recently and hung out with some friends, and anytime I go anywhere, I'm just like, wow, you can drink out of your tap. You can, you have clean water. Like I could drink it out of the tap and it tastes so good. And you have clean air and we don't have to go outside and see refineries here. This is amazing. I want that for my community. I want a cleaner, better quality of life for me, my family, and future generations. As we face ongoing drought conditions, it's important to talk about the City of Corpus Christi's Water Conservation Plan. This plan was carefully created and published back in 2020 to help our community manage water resources and avoid challenges like the ones we're facing now. With a seemingly worse drought and the rise in water use measured in gallons per capita per day, or GPCD, we are wondering what steps in this plan have been taken since its inception. GPCD is a useful way to measure water use by looking at the total water use used by the population. It includes all types of water use like residential, industrial, and commercial. Lower GPCD numbers usually mean people are using water more efficiently. In 2019, the total GPCD in Corpus Christi was 201, with residential use at 59. The Conservation Plan's long-term goal was to lower per-person water use by 1% each year over the next decade. However, according to the Texas Water Development Board's water loss audits in 2023, Corpus Christi used 235 GPCD, 34 points higher than in 2019. Why has water use increased despite clear goals and strategies to reduce it with a minimal growth in population? Could it be that many of the industries along Refinery Row and surrounding areas are using a majority of our water supply, with more large volume water users being lured in here by the Corpus Christi Economic Development Corporation and others? I strongly encourage the city to revisit this water conservation plan and consider how its strategies can be better implemented, updated to meet today's water challenges. By taking proactive steps to conserve water, we can ensure that our community has the resources we need. Lastly, I'd like to say that I've been coming and speaking about this topic for the last 9 years, ever since we had our water boils in 2015 and 2016, when a lot of the people in this community got together and started realizing that we can't depend on anyone else to save us but ourselves. So we're hoping that we can work together with you in conjunction with helping create a better city and a more secure water source despite desalination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Beatriz Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Beatriz. I'm the water organizer for Texas Campaign for the Environment. I live in District 2. I'm going to continue reading where Melissa left off. We all know this drought has brought serious challenges to our community. Solving it requires a mix of quick fixes and long-term solutions. Temporary solutions can provide relief, but they're not sustainable. If we truly want to secure our water future, conservation is the key, and it's something we need to act on now. One temporary solution being discussed is pumping groundwater from the near Nueces River. While this may help in the short term, it comes with its risks. Overpumping can lower the water table, harm local ecosystems, and even dry up wells that others depend on. Relying too much on groundwater is like borrowing from our future without a plan to pay it back. It's not a sustainable path forward. This is why conservation is so important. By using water wisely today, we can stretch the resources we have and ensure that they last longer. Conservation isn't just about fixing leaks or taking shorter showers. It's about changing how we think about water. Whether it's reusing water or for multiple purposes, incentivizing large-scale rainwater harvesting, mandating drought-resistant landscaping, or encouraging industries to adopt more efficient practices, every reduction in water consumption adds up. We could avoid water rationing by being proactive today. Temporary fixes might help us get through the immediate crisis, but conservation and water reuse are the long-term solutions that will protect us from facing these challenges again and again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Christina English.
Again, Christina English, Corpus Christi. We also would like to highlight the importance of transparency and what increased transparency could look like from the City of Corpus Christi, especially when it comes to decisions that affect our water resources and drought management. Transparency is the foundation of trust between the city and residents, and it's essential that residents have a clear, consistent access to information about how our water is being managed and used. First, transparency means providing timely updates. Our city's drought contingency plan expired 2 years ago. A new or updated plan should have been brought forward by this council in December of 2023, and there's yet to be a discussion with residents about why that hasn't happened. Residents need regular, easy-to-understand updates about water levels, drought stages, and the specific steps the city is taking to address the situation. This includes not only the current status, but also projections for what might happen if the drought continues. Second, it means explaining decisions in plain language. When the city considers solutions like pumping groundwater or investing in new infrastructure, residents should understand why those choices are being made and what the potential risks and benefits are and how those decisions were reached. A clear explanation fosters understanding and helps build confidence that decisions are being made in the public interest. Third, transparency involves creating opportunities for dialogue. Public meetings and hearings are a great start, but the city should also consider online forums, surveys, and other tools to hear directly from the residents. This gives people a voice in decisions that affect their lives and ensures their concerns are being heard. Finally, transparency means accountability. Residents should have access to detailed information about water use, including how much is allocated to industries, businesses, and households. We also want to know how much water industry is reusing. This data should be easy to access and presented in a way that helps residents see how their water is being managed. Increased transparency is about more than just sharing information. It's about building a partnership between the city and the community. When residents feel informed and involved, they're more likely to support conservation efforts and trust the city's leadership during challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. English. Jose Gonzalez.
Hi, Jose Gonzalez, District 2. So following everyone else's comment that has come before me, next we'll discuss water conservation and the critical role gray water reuse plays in addressing our long-term water challenges. Conservation isn't just about individual actions like taking shorter showers or fixing leaks. It's also about making large-scale, impactful changes at the municipal level. Nothing is more frustrating to me than going downtown or going and looking at the schools that are watering their grass at 12 p.m. in summer, during summertime. The water does not have time to saturate the ground before it is burned and goes back into the air. We are not watering and using our water resources appropriately. In 2019, the city of Corpus Christi supplied 5 million gallons of reclaimed water to its irrigation customers, saving the equivalent amount in potable water. This is a fantastic example of how reuse programs can significantly reduce strain on our drinking water supplies. It's encouraging to see that the city has written in their water conservation plan the potential to expand this program by identifying and ranking industrial, commercial, and institutional customers based on their water use and exploring opportunities for reclaimed water in those settings. But why stop there? Reuse water programs can also be expanded with municipal operations. The city owns several public spaces such as parks and sports fields, which are perfect candidates for reclaimed water. This would not only conserve potable water, but also set an example for other organizations to follow. Furthermore, exploring partnerships with third parties outside the city's service area could open up new opportunities for large-scale reuse projects. These partnerships could help make gray water reuse a cornerstone of regional water conservation efforts, further protecting our limited potable water resources. It's also worth considering how residential gray water reuse fits into this conservation. While municipal reuse programs are essential, there's potential for residential systems to play a role as well, encouraging homeowners with reduced wastewater rates for implementing gray water systems, such as for lawn irrigation or toilet flushing, could amplify conservation efforts across the board. In closing, I urge the city to move forward with its plan to expand reclaimed water use and explore every possible avenue to reduce the demand for potable water. Conservation through gray water use is not just an option, it's necessary for building a sustainable and resilient water system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Jessica Polizza?
Hello, my name is Jessica Polizza. I lived in Corpus Christi for 6 years, Texas my whole life, and I will continue to live in this region for not just 3 years, but 30 years and beyond, because I have grown roots here and have a community and family that I really love, and I would never leave them. Even if we run out of water, I would stay because we are a resilient community and we can help each other through this crisis. But to my public comment, every drop counts. I and all who spoke before me are drops in the waters of the Corpus Christi population, and our voices count. So today I'm here to say that y'all's messaging of every drop counts falls short of motivating the public. As our community faces ongoing drought conditions, public messaging plays a vital role in helping people understand the situation and the steps being taken to address it. The campaign Every Drop Counts focuses too much on individual behavior without addressing what the city itself is doing to manage water resources. To build trust and encourage community cooperation, the city needs to shift the focus of its messaging to highlight its own conservation efforts and infrastructure improvements beyond chronic desal discussions. Residents want to know how the city is leading by example. For instance, messaging could emphasize city-led water reuse projects, updates on reclaimed water initiatives like the millions of gallons of non-potable water already being used for irrigation. Highlighting efforts to expand reuse systems would show that the city is proactively reducing demand on potable water supplies. Some infrastructure upgrades, sharing progress on leak repairs, pipeline maintenance, or efficiency improvements to water treatment systems. These tangible actions show that the city is working to minimize water loss and optimize usage. Drought-resistant landscaping. Highlight projects, if there are any, where the city parks, medians, and other public spaces are being converted to drought-resistant landscaping or rain gardens. And frankly, on that note, I think lawns should be banned. This demonstrates that the city's commitment to leading conservation efforts in visible, everyday ways. So instead of slogans like "every drop counts," the city could use messaging that reflects broader efforts. For example, "Your city conserving for tomorrow," to emphasize leadership in water conservation, or "Together for a sustainable future," to share a shared effort between residents, industries, and local government, or "Here's what we're doing and how you can help," to directly connect city actions to community efforts. By focusing on what the city is doing to manage water and encouraging collective action, residents will feel more confident that their sacrifices are part of a larger plan. Effective drought messaging should foster trust and collaboration, not leave people feeling that the burden is theirs alone. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Polizza. Eli McKay.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. Welcome, everyone new. My name is Eli McKay. I live in District 1 in Uptown Corpus Christi. So I'm going to continue on where Jessica finished. The city's water conservation plan outlines changes to the UDC, Unified Development Code, to require rainwater harvesting, condensate collection, and other conservation measures for new construction, such as car washes, cooling towers, laundry facilities, and site-appropriate turf grass. However, the timeline implementing these changes is marked as ongoing. So the question is, have these updates been incorporated into the UDC yet? I would say probably not, but I do look forward to the Development Services Technical Advisory Group meetings to resume this year. The plan also indicates a proposed update to require rainwater collection systems for new buildings with at least 10,000 square feet of roof area. These systems would be used for non-potable purposes like toilet flushing, irrigation, but why is the roof threshold so high? A single inch of rain on a 1,000 square foot roof yields 623 gallons of water. So will the plan ensure that collected rainwater is used? Without mandates, companies could install these systems but leave them unused. The Natural Resources Defense Coalition, or Council, is a nonprofit organization that works to protect the environment and people, plants, animals, and encourages cities and states to develop policies and incentives to promote more rainwater harvesting. This would include adopting stormwater pollution control standards that require on-site, sorry, somebody's calling me, volume retention, adopt standards that require or promote rainwater harvesting and water efficiency, review building and health and plumbing codes for barriers to reuse rainwater, and my favorite one is to require the use of rainwater harvesting on all public properties. I think that would be something amazing for our city to really champion. So please review and utilize the water conservation plan. More incentives should be provided for existing structures to encourage large-scale rainwater harvesting. These could apply to residents, construction companies, government buildings, schools, other facilities with large rooftops. And these incentives could help fund collection systems and encourage the storage of rainwater for non-potable purposes, making water conservation more accessible and impactful across the community. And I would just like to use the last 20 seconds to say that I am happy to see 50% more women on the dais, so congratulations to those who won. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Ale Coda?
Hello, my name is Ale, and I'm from District 4, and I've been a resident of Corpus Christi for the past 4 years. I'm originally born and raised from Los Angeles, California, and that's important to what I want to bring today, because as we know, Los Angeles is being ravaged by fires, and while it is a combination of a lot of different elements, it is also a lot of responsibility falls on my hometown city council, the mismanagement of a lot of things, right? So I begin with my public comment. To begin, environmental racism is a type of systemic racism that occurs when environmental policies, practices, and decision-making disproportionately impact people of color. This can happen intentionally or unintentionally. That said, we want to speak on how the city leaves people to shoulder enormous burdens alone. We are addressing this city's management of Hillcrest. Hillcrest has suffered from a legacy of racist land use decisions made by the city of Corpus Christi and other governmental entities that span from past policies of overt racial segregation to industrial developments that continue to disproportionately impact the predominantly African American and Latina community. During the Jim Crow era, the city's Planning and Zoning Commission imposed zoning restrictions that limited African Americans to the north side after oil was discovered there, which led to refineries clustering, thanks to the assistance of the city, in the area along the port, an area we all now know as Refinery Row. Since then, Hillcrest has been continually sequestered by a sea of pollution sources that now include refineries, the ship channel to its north, Highway I-37 to its south, and the ongoing construction of Harbor Bridge to its east. Building a desalination facility in the Inner Harbor is the most textbook example of environmental racism for the sake of inviting more industry to use more of our water. We declare for the city to ultimately respect and restore Hillcrest to, at the minimum, a livable community. We stand with Hillcrest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cota. Aline Trejo Chavez?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Aline Trejo Chavez. I live in District 2. I will be continuing on with the public statement. In 2002, TAM-UCC Heart Research Institute submitted a report to the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries Program about the vulnerability of Corpus Christi Bay system. The report confirmed that the Corpus Christi Bay is getting warmer and saltier, and this is happening because of higher evaporation, reduced fresh water flows into the bay, and slower water circulation. Industrial-scale desalination could exacerbate the already existing negative effects in our bay. The main points of concern include, number one, releasing the salty brine and chemicals into the ocean, number two, harming marine life when large amounts of seawater are uptaken in to the system, and number three, producing air pollutants like CO2 and SO2 gases. Not to mention using a lot of energy to produce this expensive water. To quote from the report, average salinities are already at levels that could impact species abundance and diversity, and therefore small increases in salinity could add to additional pressures to a system that's already experiencing salinity stress. No amount of industry expansion is worth risking our quality of life. For me, quality of life in the Third Coast means weekends at the beach, fishes in the bay, and walks on Ocean Drive. Our home is worth protecting, and we implore our city representatives to hear our concerns. Thank you for your time, and congratulations to everybody.
Thank you very much. Mark Munster.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. Desalination poses significant risks to both the environment and human health. The byproducts of the process, including coagulants, bisulfates, and chlorines, create a concentrated waste product that is extremely harmful to marine life and ecosystems. This waste annually kills an estimated 3.4 billion fish and other marine organisms. The ripple effects extend beyond the immediate environment and desalination. Oh wait, sorry, I got mixed up. This also impacts potential fish catchings by fishermen, not just where we live, but all across the world, and maybe they rely on fishing more than we do in their food supply chains. On the way here, I read an article on PulitzerCenter.org, The Decline of Byron's Fisheries Due to Desalination Expansion. I'd encourage everyone to read that. Desalinated water also introduces risks to drinking water supplies. Seawater contains boron, and while 50 to 70% of it is removed during desalination, the remaining levels can cause developmental problems in animals and irritation to the human digestive tract. What's concerning is that current drinking water regulations don't account for boron because it isn't typically found in freshwater sources, leaving the public at risk. Perhaps one of the more concerning aspects of desalination is its role in turning water into a commodity. As private organizations invest in desalination as a leading growth area in the global water market access to water increasingly becomes tied to profitability. When water is privatized, public control diminishes, making it harder to ensure safety, equity, and affordability. This shift prioritizes corporate profits over the public good and undermines our collective ability to manage water as a shared, essential resource. Desalination may seem like a solution, but its social costs are far-reaching and demand serious consideration before proceeding. Please see who is here today and who cares about this, who showed up on a Tuesday in the middle of the day to come talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minster. Laramie Fain.
Laramie Fain, Corpus Christi, Texas, District 2, picking up where the comrades left off. We would like to focus on two key aspects of the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant project: the potential relationship with CC Polymers and the financial implications for residents. First, there seems to be little public information about how CC Polymers' existing desalination infrastructure might fit into this project. As CC Polymers already has a desalination facility designed to support its operations, has the city explored feasibility of collaborating with or purchasing this infrastructure? If discussions with CC Polymers are happening, the public deserves transparency about the nature of these talks and their potential impact on the city's plans. Secondly, we are concerned about how the $535 million funding from the Texas Water Development Board, which was approved for the project in spring of 2024, will affect water rates for residents. With such a significant investment, it's crucial for the city to clearly communicate how these costs will be managed. Will residents see higher water bills to pay for the plant's construction and operation? If so, what measures will be taken to ensure rates remain affordable, particularly for low-income households? Residents deserve a clear breakdown of how this funding is being allocated. Transparency about costs and financial planning is essential to maintaining public trust and ensuring that this project benefits the entire community, not just industries. In closing, we urge the city to provide more detailed information about the potential role of CC Polymers in this project and how the financing will impact residents' water rates. These are critical questions that need to be answered before moving forward. Thanks for your time. It's been real.
Thank you, Mr. Fain. Chloe Torres.
Chloe Torres, District 2, and the devil himself would have to drag me away from this community. It is not only the lack of transparency concerning the collaboration between CC Polymers and the cities that worries us, it is also the kind of large corporation that CC Polymers is. Yes, the discharge from their desal facility will prove just as disastrous for the Bay as the city's Inner Harbor project. However, the very production of more plastics and where these plastics come from should be a cause for concern to anyone listening or who sits on the dais who believes in the sound, irrefutable science that fossil fuel use and production are the main drivers of global warming. It doesn't seem related until we come to the understanding that 99% of all the plastic produced in the world gets its start as a fossil fuel, as reported by for the Center for International Environmental Law. Although there is a growing awareness of the environmental and public health risks of plastics, the industry is set to grow another 33% in the next decade. The same report warns that this overconstruction and overproduction creates a serious risk that plants will become less profitable over time, resulting in industry layoffs. Once built, however, this infrastructure will operate, locking in incentives for the industry to produce a flood of new plastics for decades to come. With expanded production and consumption will come more spills and emissions from chemical plants, more shorelines clogged with plastic where marine life cannot survive, and more microplastic particles and the pollutants they absorb finding their way into our food chains and tap water. Just as importantly, it will perpetuate a fossil fuel economy that underpins both the climate crisis while impacting the communities like ours where these facilities operate. One of the most moving public hearings I've ever been a part of was for the state hearing on CC Polymers' wastewater permit. When those representing the Nueces Economic Development Corporation claimed that CC Polymers would be a wonderful opportunity for young people in our community, the actual youth who were there adamantly protested because we want jobs that pay well. Yes, that is true, but we do not want well-paying jobs that come at the cost of our health, the health of our loved ones, and the health of our planet. There are several cities working with labor unions in order to create green jobs. Why can't Corpus Christi be one of them? In conclusion, how long will the council be recklessly loyal to the fossil fuel industry? How many explosions, accidents, industry layoffs, cancer diagnoses, unprecedented weather catastrophes, and frankly deaths must we endure before you decide enough is enough? We're running out of time to make that decision for ourselves. The wildfires raging in California and the fact that we locally had temperatures well into the 80s until the middle of December is the earth sending us a clear message. Crises like these will persist and become more frequent and severe if we do not change course. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Autumn Heinsick?
Oh, you had it.
Oh, did I have it?
Yes.
Okay, sick. Great.
Autumn Hensick, also born and raised in Corpus Christi and have been in District 2 for the past 4 years now. And I am bringing us home today, y'all. A necessary change that we urge council to work on is ending the drought exemption for high volume water users. If we look at the 5 corporations with the greatest water usage, which are Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, Valero, Flint Hills, LyondellBasell, and Occidental Chemical, they use a combined 36.5 million gallons of water a day. That's more than 1.5 million gallons of water per hour. Yet they are allowed to consume as much water as they want for their production. According to the current water conservation plan, at stage 3, we should be reducing our demand by 30%. Using the example of asking residents to turn off their water while brushing their teeth amounts at most to saving about 8 gallons of water per day per person. If every single person in Corpus is brushing their teeth twice a day, which I hope so, we would be looking at saving about 2.5 million gallons of water a day. So that's less than what these 5 corporations are using in just 2 hours of their processing. We do need industry to curtail. If those industries, those 5 industries were to use just 5% less water, we could save 1.8 million gallons of water a day. If they conserve 10%, we could save 3.6 million gallons a day. Requiring them to save 10% is a whole lot better than requesting them to save 30%, right? So again, we urge that there is a pause on this drought exemption at the very least while we continue to be in stage 3. And, this group of us today, we've stood before you, our elected officials on your first day on the job, right? To demonstrate to you our solidarity, our determination as a community that doesn't always see eye to eye, but was able to come up here and, have this comment chain ready for you guys today. We would love to just, again, urge that you prioritize the residents of the city over a lot of, the industrial giants who have been draining our resources at a hefty discount, right? We demand that in your terms as city councilors that you do cease progress on the desalination plant in the Hillcrest neighborhood, the Inner Harbor project, end your collaboration with CC Polymers, and reject the Corpus Christi Water Department's proposal to buy our water from a private corporation. We ask that you end the drought exemption for our high volume water users and that we implement alternative water conservation measures. Again, we thank you from hearing from all of us today. And again, just to echo the sentiments of all of my friends that have commented before me, please, please be the ones to finally break the mold and put people before profit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hensick. Robin Sanders.
This is going to be different. Somebody left. Don't start my meter. That goes here? Hit me, baby. Well, we've heard a lot about conservation. We're not going to conserve our way out of this. Get real. We need to say.
Ma'am, can you state your name, please?
Robin
and your
Sanders,
city?
District 1. That guy's talk to you. We're building that enormous bridge so super tankers can come in here. Super tankers are bringing oil from the Permian Basin, and that's bringing industry to this area. We need industry. We need the money. We need the jobs. If you don't like it, move. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk about malfeasance, municipal malfeasance. Has to do with the utility department. I'm going to make this an analogy. You go to a gas station in a drought situation, in a disaster. You go and you buy 1.5 gallons of gas. But let's say it's $5 a gallon. But you have to pay for 2 gallons of gas. Only got 1.5 gallons. Oh, we don't prorate our bills. So you have to pay for 2. You go back the next week, you just go get 1 gallon of gas. Charges you for 2. Why? Oh, our meter doesn't work, but the last time you were here, you paid for 2 gallons of gas. So we estimated your bill. In April, there are 6,000 meters that don't work in this city. There's more now. I don't know how much more. You should know, and if you don't, something's wrong. 6,000. How many managers do we have in the water department? 14. 14. How many people do we have on the crew that replaces water meters? 7. Now, you people are mathematical wizards. How long, considering it takes a minimum of 2 hours to replace a water meter, how long would it take to replace those 6,000? Let's take into consideration John is sick, this one's on vacation. It's an impossible number, you can't figure it out. But what happened, as long as, speaking of flow, as long as this cash flow is coming in, nobody seems to care. So this estimating water bills is stealing. The Public Utilities Commission calls this the worst managed water department in the state. I went way up the ladder and found out, why is that? They said, incompetent management. What are we going to do about that?
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, Peter, a question on that. If we can get a report from the water department or from IT as to the how many MTUs are working with regards, I don't think it's the actual meters, but maybe the reporting from the MTUs. And the MTUs, for reference, are the system that automatically uploads the information from the meter to the city. If we can get a report on that to make sure that we are replacing those in a timely fashion, maybe find out how many are out of commission or if we're not reporting.
Sure, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Peggy Dudon? Peggy's gone? Okay. Guillermo Gallegos?
Sorry, my throat was bothering me. Guillermo Gallegos, District 5. There's many things I want to comment on, so forgive me if I get a bit worked up. As you know, we are now in stage 3 drought, and we wouldn't be here now if we hadn't sold so much of our water to resource-straining industries like petrochemicals while giving them an exemption from stage 1 and 2 restrictions. As you've heard and will continue to hear, that solution, the solution to our water need is not desalination, which will raise the salinity of our semi-closed, low-mixing power bay and kill the marine life and industries there. The real kicker is heavy industry like this isn't even remotely close to our city's biggest employer. That would be industries like hospitality, healthcare, service work, tourism, things that are and will continue to be negatively affected by the pollution of these industries. Speaking of pollution, since I subscribed to the city's reverse alert in mid-November, 17th, these water-hungry plants have flared 16 times in 9 weeks, about twice a week. A simple search of what flaring releases into the air shows that this burning of gases, which is what flaring is, can release benzene, benzopyrene, a known carcinogen, heavy metals, black carbon, carbon monoxide, unburned methane, sulfur dioxide, which is a known to worsen asthma and other respiratory diseases, and of course CO2. These pollutants not only worsen our quality of life, they also contribute to the rapid changing of our climate, which has resulted in these terrible wildfires in LA, monstrous hurricanes like Helene, boiling summers in India, and the fact that we didn't have any actual cold weather until a week ago, and I can still remember needing a sweater to go to school not even 15 years ago. All of this nightmarish weather, however, has not hit you or I the hardest. It's hit the people who, it's hit the hardest our friends who are forced to live on the street. These quote-unquote vagrants, as one councilman called them, are people just like you and me. People who've been denied a safe, clean place to rest, to breathe, to live, for the crime of not having enough money, not wanting to abandon their pet, for being abused, for not being able to afford mental health treatment, for looking at a Salvation Army employee wrong, or for just being unlucky. And before you pull the drug user card, have you ever tried to quit meth cold turkey? Because that's what you have to do to stay in these privately run shelters. We need a city-run, publicly accountable, low-barrier or open-entry shelter. To close, while there's so much more I want to say, I want it on the record that I do not want my city run like a company. I want it run like a city that cares about people, above profit, and exponential, cancerous growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. Bob Hollison?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Bob Hollison, 15226 Barataria Drive, Corpus Christi. I'm the Executive Director of the Coastal Bend Industry Association. First, I want to congratulate you all on your election wins and on your swearing in earlier today to this very important leadership position. Made even more important because I think we're in a period where we have very big decisions to make, and we have to work more closely together than we have really probably ever before. And it's going to be difficult, as the comment up to this point has proven. I and everyone in the association look forward to working with you and staff on the many important projects that are facing our region: infrastructure, workforce, economy, Bay and estuary health and air quality, but most importantly on water. We need to shore up our water supply. And while this absolutely should be and has been based on an all of the above strategy, the top priority has to be, I think, during this next term, the construction and commissioning of the Inner Harbor desal project. The project is our best option to introduce a reliable, affordable, and environmentally responsibly developed drought-proof water supply that benefits everybody in the coastal bend. I look forward to the opportunity in the weeks and months ahead to address a number of the issues that were brought up by previous commenters to, I think, correct the record on what some of the, and correct some misunderstandings or misimpressions of either work that's been completed in this project or some of the terminology for the drought contingency plan and the efforts that industry has taken as a whole to conserve water and be responsible stewards of the region's water and important contributors to the local economy and to the region in general, making it a better place to live. So anyway, congratulations again. Look forward to working with you, and it's going to be an interesting term. So anyway, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Paulson. John Weber. Ms. Huerta, do we have Maggie Peacock on WebEx?
No, ma'am.
No, and what?
Neither of the online speakers is on.
Do we have more than one?
I showed two non-residents, Maggie Peacock and Humberto Almares.
So neither are here?
No, ma'am.
Or available, okay.
Oh, the in-person, is Mr. Almares here? No, I don't, that's, okay. No, ma'am.
Okay, so we have Mr. Weber, Jason Hale, and then Cheryl Martinez, and Mr. Almares is not with us, is that correct? Oh, you are with us? Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Weber.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. John Weber from Corpus Christi. I would like to congratulate you all on your election to office. I spent the last few days reading the 3 documents listed on your handout. I will point out a few things. Kiewit states, in our experience, the detailed hydrodynamic modeling may show that the actual design for the brine diffuser does not meet the permit requirements under all operating cases. If this happens late in the design development, it can result in significant project delays to amend the discharge permit. For far-field modeling, GHD uses the industry standard Mike 3 FM for 3-dimensional hydrodynamic modeling. Both near-field and far-field modeling are needed to confidently predict the diffuser operation under operating cases. For about the last year, Mr. Hale, Mr. Munster, and myself have been asking the city to perform a far-field model. Now that Kiewit states that it is, quote, needed, maybe it will get done. Friese and Nichols used the excuse that it is not required by TCEQ, but I think they would know that it would be needed. In the past, Friese and Nichols have tried to deflect questions and compare the Inner Harbor to Perth. On page 2, you can see a Google Earth image of Perth. It is nothing like the Inner Harbor location. The only other desalination plant I can find in the ship channel was the Brownsville one. Page 3 and 4 show quotes regarding the Brownsville pilot project from lessons learned. As we addressed in the Brownsville pilot study, it is recommended that future pilot studies in the state of Texas include 12 months of operation to capture seasonal differences in raw water quality. Most of the pilot studies implemented in California and in Florida are performed over a 12-month period of operation or more. From the contract, the TCEQ typically requires 90 days for a pilot study, but we know it is recommended pilot studies include 12 months of operation. Friese and Nichols should have read the 225-page final report and the 15-page lessons learned regarding the Brownsville plant. Throughout this entire process, from not updating cost numbers to not completely addressing questions of the council, Friese and Nichols hasn't been a good partner. I recommend the council look elsewhere for future engineering contracts. The contract contains an easy-out termination wording for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Jason Hale.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Hi, council members. Today I'm going to talk about desalination. Before I begin, I just want to congratulate everyone on their victories for their seats. Like John said, I spent the last year explaining to the City Council how the Inner Harbor plant needed more modeling. I explained how the Inner Harbor has very little water movement and was likely to have issues if a large-scale desalination plant was built here. The local experts at Hart Institute and UTSMI agree that inshore desalination is a bad idea because it would lead to hypoxia in the Corpus Christi Bay. Recently, the contractor the city hired produced a technical document stating that detailed modeling will be needed to ensure permit conditions will be met under all operating cases. Like John said, stating that based on their experience, the permit conditions may not be met and would require operational modifications or permit amendments. Additionally, they state that there is a risk of brine recirculating back into the intake due to minimal tidal flow and nearby discharges into the shipping channel. To me, that blows my mind that Freese and Nichols would suggest a project where the intake could be recirculating the outfall, especially considering that the intake basically concentrates the salinity and the outfall is a product of that. So as the outfall gets more into the intake, you have a feedback loop, kind of like pointing a microphone at a speaker. So how did we get here? How was it that city council members ignored scientific consensus and continued developing the Inner Harbor plant anyways? It's pretty simple. It's because Freese and Nichols told them that the Inner Harbor was a good location and that we didn't need more modeling. We spent millions of dollars in multiple years working on this project. That's time and money that we could have spent on better projects. We need a reliable, long-term solution to our water problems, and the Inner Harbor isn't it. Freese and Nichols led us astray, and because of them, we are behind on fixing our water crisis. Moving forward, we should start looking at better options and start working with more reliable engineering companies. And that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Cheryl Martinez.
Good morning, Cheryl Martinez, District 2. Nice to see some of the faces from a while back. Know many of you for many years. Congratulations. I am Cheryl Martinez. I'm the president of PAC, of People Assisting Animal Control. I'm here to address a recent issue involving animal control and a program called the Pet Retention Program. This is a partnership that we started in 2016 when the animal control was under the Corpus Christi Police Department. Captain White was over it at the time, and he recognized that the officers they would often encounter situations where people did not have the resources to care for their pet. So instead of taking the animals into the shelter, they would fill out a form, and then they would contact us. We would then put the animals in, put the pet in compliance, and then the people got to keep the pet. It stayed out the shelter, reduced the cost for the city, and this was at our cost. No funding from the city came for this. The goal of it was basically just to be the support, and also for people that were trying to surrender their pets. If they did not have the means to keep them because they had a medical condition, they would also contact us for that. I did email you what I'm saying with photos earlier today about 11:45 to your email on the website. So we've helped hundreds of pets, and a recent misuse of the program has raised serious concerns. A staff member of mine reported that animal control officer filled out the form for another officer, for another animal control employee, without a call being generated. So there should be a call generated for each person that's referred to us. The same officer later attempted to obtain free vaccinations and came to our clinic and said, well, we just all get free services, right? These services are for the community of the people that need it. Now, I raised the issue with CCACS management. The responses were very upsetting. I was questioned by your assistant city manager, well, why were city employees not allowed to participate in the program? Without fully understanding the program, I was asked that. Additionally, despite having reviewed all of our programs with your current Director of Animal Control, I was asked this. I've even provided everything in writing. So this isn't a matter of denying city employees access to resources. We serve many city employees in certain areas that we serve if they live in an underserved area, and we will help them. And many of you know we help the entire community. We're the largest high-volume clinic in South Texas because we've now expanded to the Rio Grande Valley. So basically right now, we want to ensure the integrity. So because of the management's failure to follow the proper procedures, combined with the inappropriate accusations, we have forced to suspend this program with animal control until we have better leadership in place. To conclude, I've also sent some pictures so you can see what the program does. My cell phone's on there. You are welcome to reach out to me.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Zanoni, are we addressing this issue with Ms. Martinez?
Excuse me, the last sentence you said?
Are we addressing this issue?
Yeah, right.
Ms.
So
Martinez?
Sony, Assistant City Manager Sony Paranel has been working with Cheryl via email. I'm not sure if she met with him, but we do have a memo that will be sent out that'll provide our perspective on what happened. So that'll be coming to the council today. From what I understand, I was traveling on bereavement leave, but from what I understand, a city employee who's a resident and met poverty guidelines used the services, and I think Ms. Martinez had a problem with that. So, but a memo is coming out to the council that'll provide the perspective that we have seen.
Okay, but we'll get the memo. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. And lastly, we have Mr. Humberto Almaraz.
How you doing, folks? I don't do this every day, so bear with me. Madam Mayor, City Council members, staff, everybody. I have a program that has done very, very well.
Sir, can you state your name and address, please? Your full name and address.
I'm sorry?
Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Your name and city. Sorry, bad old habits die hard. Your name and city, please.
Okay, my name is Humberto Almaraz, and our program is Toby Globey Eco Action. It's a 501c3 program for early childhood environmental education curriculum supplement.
But your city, sir?
I'm sorry?
Your city?
Oh, I'm from Portland.
Okay.
I'm from Portland and not Oregon, right across the bay. We have implemented this program here in Corpus Christi schools very, very successfully in the past and in many Head Start and other day care centers. Among the many testimonials, Toby Globey has been awarded the Conservation and Environmental Stewardship Award by the Coastal Bend Bays Foundation and the TCEQ, Texas Environmental Excellence Award, to the City of Laredo.
If you're not a Corpus Christi resident, you get a minute to speak, sir.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, this is very, very, very important. Okay, more than half of the Toby Globey curriculum focuses on water conservation and water quality, the most valuable resource, obviously. And every child can participate. Every child does participate in this program. And whether they participate either by learning, singing, school plays, and having fun. And while not every child will become an environmental scientist, every child can be an environmentalist and make a very big difference indeed. I would appreciate let me tell you, my website is tobygloby.com, and I would appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with the city of Corpus Christi to conserve water so that we can
Thank you, Mr.
save
Amadas.
Toby, water everywhere.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comment. It is 1:50. We are going to break for lunch. The council will go into executive session on item number 26 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. So we will return and start the meeting. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Councilmen or council members, do we have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to move to authorize the city manager to execute contracts with landowners for the lease sites for wells to provide water to city with a royalty based on CPI inflated 12 cents per 1,000 gallons from 1984 leases with CPI clause, with advanced royalties and surface damage clauses to be negotiated on each property with a total of expenditure of up to $2,080,500 for the initial year of pumping, up to 15 MGD, subject to appropriation of funds for said purpose for up to 5 years.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Please submit your vote. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're having an issue. We're going to do a roll call. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries. Let's see, we'll go ahead and go on to section E, and this is special appointments, items 1 and 2. At the beginning of each council term, the mayor appoints 4 council members to each city council committee, the municipal court committee and the audit committee. The mayor also appoints the chair of each committee. I am making the following appointments for audit committee: chair Roland Barrera, members Sylvia Campos, Caitlin Paxson, and Mark Scott. For the municipal court committee, chair Everett Roy, members Eric Cantu, Gil Hernandez, and Carolyn Vaughn. So I will make a motion to approve the committee appointments.
Second. Mayor, there's no motion needed for the committee appointments. Those are your appointments.
Oh, so we don't need to.
Yeah,
we're
it's
just
for item 2 for the pro-tem schedule.
Okay, so thank you, that's item 1. Item number 2, Article 2, Section 4 of the city charter provides that the city council shall nominate and confirm one of the council members who shall be known and designated as mayor pro tem. Traditionally, mayor pro tem duties are assigned to each council member on a rotating basis. The council confirms the schedule by motion. I am recommending the following schedule. January 14th of 2025 to April 14th of 2025, Sylvia Campos. April 15th of 25 to July 14th of 25, Gil Hernandez. July 15th of 25 to October 13th of 25, Mark Scott. October 14th of 25 to January 12th of 2026, Roland Barrera. January 13th of 2026 to April 13th of 26, Everett Roy. April 14th of 2026 to July 13th of 2026, Carolyn Vaughn. July 14th of 26 to October 12th of 26, Caitlin Paxson. And October 13th of 26 to the end of the council term, Eric Cantu.
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we need a roll call or?
Roll call, Mayor.
Okay,
One more
all in
time, I'm
favor
sorry.
say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We'll move on to section F, city manager's comments and update. Mr. Zanoni, do you have 1 or 2 items?
Yes, we had 2 items, Mayor, but I'm just going to cover one today, and
Okay.
next council meeting, we'll go over the United Way campaign recap, which is a great news story, so I did want to pay attention to it. But just to save time, I'm just going to cover this morning or this afternoon the Martin Luther King events that are coming up, and we're going to put this PowerPoint up here. As we know, next Monday is Martin Luther King Day, and the city participates. It's now a city holiday. It's been a federal holiday for decades. But there are several other events, too, put on in this community that I want to make sure the council and the community knows about. And so the events begin this Saturday, January 18th at 9 a.m. There's a prayer breakfast and a swearing-in ceremony. That'll be at the Bridge of Life Church on Crosstown Expressway. So prayer breakfast begins this at 9 a.m. on Saturday. And then Saturday evening is the NAACP Freedom Gala. This is an annual event that's well attended, and the city will have a couple of tables there. It's a fundraising event for the NAACP, but very important. Jeremy Coleman, the president, and his board, and many others are there. It will begin at 6:30. This year it's going to be at the Plains Capital Bank Tower on North Shoreline Boulevard. It's a ticketed event, and so if people are still interested in going, check out the NAACP website or contact them directly. So that's Saturday night. So 2 events Saturday. And then Sunday, there's a nice MLK Interfaith prayer service, and that's at 6 o'clock in the evening at Brooks Worship Center on Northport Avenue. This is an event that's held in the past 6 years, at least that I've been there, and I think even prior to that, that MLK Interfaith prayer service. And then that takes us to Monday morning at 10 a.m. There will be a racial justice forum. This is something that has been in the program for some time. This will be at Nueces County Courthouse in the central jury room, and it will begin at 10 a.m. That's a day. That's another day of service event. And then Monday itself is the march. This year will be the 39th annual MLK commemorative march. I'm going to show you a route here in a moment, but it will begin at the Nueces County Courthouse on that lower level where you go in off of actually it looks like it's off Leopard Street, 901 Leopard Street. So excuse that. And it will end at the Church of the Good Shepherd on South Upper Broadway. And so that begins at, let me see if they have the time here, at 12 p.m. So that the racial justice forum is at 10 in the morning, and then at 12 p.m. is when the parade, when the march would begin from the Nueces County Courthouse on the Leopard Street side. Here you can see the march route. It's consistent with what we've done in several of the past years. You can see the courthouse there. You would go down Lipan Street and take Tonkawa, and then take a left on Park Avenue. And then there will be an event, there will be some speakers and other things that happen at the Church of Good Shepherd. So the march doesn't just end there. You can go into the church. They've asked me to say some words. I think the mayor's probably going to speak, and others will speak as well inside the Church of the Good Shepherd. And so that'll probably be right after the march that begins at noon on that Monday. I will say, and we've already briefed the council, we do get a lot of information from the National Weather Service, especially when there's a cold event. So there's another cold front coming down. Saturday is going to be pretty nice, but later Saturday and Sunday it's going to be pretty cold again. There could be some light rain, some type of precipitation that could turn into freezing rain, maybe not downtown, but in the area, in the coastal Bend area. So it's probably going to be cold Monday, but that's not a good excuse not to show up. So we encourage people to show up despite the conditions, unless it's hazardous and you're driving to the location. We want to be careful and mindful of that, but don't let a little bit of cold keep us away from what should be a day on and not a day off. So, Mayor, that concludes this briefing. And then next council meeting, I do want to share the great story of city employees who, from 6 years ago, have more than doubled their giving to the United Way, which helps families. Over 245,000 people actually are benefited from the United Way's annual campaign. And this year, city employees have given, compared to 6 years ago, 110% more. Almost $1 million in the past 6 years is the city employees who are hardworking and not always high earners. And so I do want to acknowledge them, but we'll save that for the next council meeting. So that concludes this city manager's report, Mayor.
Thank you, Peter. So we will move on to section H, which is board and committee appointments, item number 5. Rebecca.
Mayor, the first board for your consideration is the reinvestment zone number 2. That's the Island Board. There are 7 vacancies on the board representing the following categories: 5 city and 2 Nueces County. Historically, council members have been appointed to represent the city. Additionally, the city has agreed to appoint 2 Nueces County representatives per the Commissioner's Court recommendations. Now, the following members are eligible for reappointment: Council members Sylvia Campos and Commissioner John Matas. So is there a motion to reappoint those individuals?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Any discussion or anything? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, then that leaves us with 5 vacancies. The following council members are recommended for appointment, and that is Eric Cantu, Kaylin Paxson, Mark Scott, and Carolyn Vaughn. And Nueces County is recommending the appointment of Commissioner Mike Pesley.
So moved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And finally, the council appoints the chair to the TERS number 2 board.
I'd like to recommend Kalen Paxton. Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so that concludes that board. Next, we have reinvestment zone number 3. That's the downtown board. There are 7 vacancies representing the following categories: 7 city, and historically council members have been appointed to this board. So the following council members are eligible for reappointment: Mayor Paulette Guajardo and council members Gil Hernandez and Roland Barrera.
So moved. I move for reappointment.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And council members Eric Cantu, Kalen Paxton, Mark Scott, and Carolyn Vaughn are eligible for appointment.
I move for approval. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And the city council appoints the chair of the TERS number 3 board. Are there any nominations?
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, next we have the reinvestment zone number 4. That's the North Beach board. There are 9 vacancies on the board representing the following categories: 1 community member, 7 city, and 1 Nueces County. Historically, council members have been appointed to the board. In addition, Nueces County is recommending the reappointment of Judge Connie Scott. So the following persons are eligible for reappointment. They're council members Roland Barrera, Sylvia Campos, Gil Hernandez, and County Judge Connie Scott.
I move for approval.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And the following persons are eligible for appointment. They are council members Eric Cantu, Kalen Paxton, Mark Scott, and Carolyn Vaughn.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And the community member, Catherine Garza, is seeking reinstatement to the board. She did exceed the number of absences allowed by ordinance. And you do have other applicants in your packet for consideration as well.
Choose the chair.
Yeah,
Graben.
She needs to choose the chair.
Rebecca,
Yes, ma'am.
do we need to go through who the chair is going to be of the committee first? Or
If you like, before dealing with that, you prefer? Okay.
Let's do that.
All right. Okay, so we're going to hold that nomination there. So we're going to consider the chair.
I'd like to nominate Carolyn Vaughn.
Carolyn Vaughn?
Okay, could you? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay. So going back to the community member, we did have 1 nomination for Ron Graben.
Yes, I'd like this one.
Councilman?
I would like to nominate Ron Graben.
Okay, also? Okay, so that's,
Oh.
yeah, he's been nominated by Ms. Vaughn. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Vaughn invite.
A little slow.
Okay, close nominations, okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
Yes, to appoint Mr. Graben.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and I think that covers everything. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Rebecca. We will move on to Section K, consent agenda items 6 through 21. Is there any items that any council member would like to pull to consider individually? Number 16. So we have item number 16, item number 7, item number 8. Any other items? 15. Item number 15. Okay, so I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions, or the exception of item number 16, 7, 8, and 15.
I move for approval.
Second. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 7 is an ordinance disannexing approximately 129.44 acres of land in between IH-37 and Industrial District 1. Who pulled item number 16? Councilwoman Campos, your question or comment?
I just wanted to stay consistent with my vote and vote against it. I voted against it the first time, and I wanted to continue with my second reading as a no as well.
I move for approval. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Okay, the voting system's working now, if you like, Mayor.
Okay, please submit your vote.
Oh. Wait.
Okay, you got it, Miss Paxson?
Yeah.
Yeah, for all of, no, not for number 7. Okay.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 8 is an ordinance authorizing a 3-year joint use agreement with WellMed for operation and use of the Zavala Senior Center. Councilwoman Campos, your question or comment?
Yes, I had actually voted for it the first time, but I have changed my mind. And also, I wanted to correct my previous vote. Can I do that now on the item? The number?
You voted against it.
Okay, all right, then we're fine. Thank you. So I'm voting against it.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please submit.
No, Mayor, go, yeah.
Please submit.
We have an issue with it again. I'm so sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. No. The motion carries. Next item pulled is item number 15. Item number 15 is a resolution authorizing an amendment to the pilot program for roller compacted concrete roadway improvements. Councilwoman Vaughn? Oh, hang on.
I don't know what this is, and
So
what
we
is
wanna
the
go over
program?
this?
Go over it if we can.
Okay. Staff, Mr. Dice, would you please?
Let's have, is Ernie here?
Or who?
Because there's two things, there's two items on this item. One is a Public Works overseen one, which is the use of roller compacted concrete. And then the second one is where Michael Dice is up here from Development Services, which is a developer participation agreement.
Okay.
You probably want an overview of both of the roller compacted concrete, Councilwoman?
I want to know that the developer participation, what is that?
Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Good morning, or afternoon, I apologize. Welcome back and welcome aboard, all new council members. So participation agreements are currently budgeting agreements with developers to help assist in the development of their neighborhoods and build infrastructure for the city.
In this case, Michael, we've asked the developer to have the road wider than normal. So the UDC, the standards for the width of a road are a certain width. The city has asked the developer to have the road a little wider so it has better flow of traffic, there's wider sidewalks, that type of thing. So since we've asked that, we're paying for the difference in the cost of expanding the road and its width. That's what the developer participation agreement is. So on the agenda is a payment of $415,000, and that's our cost of adding width to the roadway.
Okay.
So that's, yeah.
I have a quick question on that. So why, I'm curious, I'll take wider streets all day, but why did we ask of that? And are we going to establish that or have we established that moving forward? Because now we're reimbursing almost $500,000 for wider, which is great. But again, is there a reason that happened here?
Well, this is continuing a process of reimbursement through, through the participation.
The widened roadway. So
Correct.
He didn't have to build that street that wide.
He didn't have to. So part of that is discussing that with developers to build a better product, basically, for the citizens and the city to have. So in those discussions, we have monies available through budgeting to allow the city to go in those type of developer agreements to build, again, a better product for the citizens.
Have we done it since? I'm curious.
We've done it before, yes.
No, since.
Well, this is the first out from the last one, but yeah, we will continue to do it. There is money allotted.
Build
Correct.
wider streets
Yes.
in neighborhoods.
In certain areas, correct.
Okay.
Michael, can you explain it a little bit more? So this is a major corridor into the subdivision. Tell us with measurements, I don't have them memorized, but what's the normal width?
So it's normally C1, which is
required, and then what is the width of the street? Yeah.
Normally it's a 28 back-to-back. This is extending to a 40 back-to-back. Where this is a little different is it's such a large neighborhood. We're talking about almost 1,500 homes. So it's providing a large entry into that neighborhood.
Okay.
Whereas it's not technically required under the UDC. So we want to work with developers to help them build better and make the connections and the connectivity a little bit better as well.
Okay, well, that explains it. It's about the subdivision. But that said, is there plans, as opposed to going one developer at a time, reimbursing, changing the UDC and saying, in such and such neighborhood, you would build this big of street?
Correct. I'm glad you brought that up. So the UDC and DS Tag is looking to begin those meetings here pretty shortly. I think it was mentioned during public comment, and we've said in the past that will be addressed this year with basically the revision of the UDC.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I know I was just curious as to the reasoning. That's fine. And I know there's another piece to this item, but I think we have some questions. Councilman Roy.
I don't have a question, but I wanted to make a statement. I think if I remember this property, first of all, that street's already built, right?
Well, portions of it. This is building further back into the neighborhood.
Okay,
correct.
going further back in to keep it consistent with the front.
Correct.
The front of coming into that development, is there going to be a commercial component on the left-hand side as you come in?
So, well, there's actually two streets as you come in. So yeah, there'll be a commercial within that first, we'll say block. It's actually larger than a block, but that first block in, and then that works into the residential. There's a school on the left, the London School District, and then there's a church on the right, a church on the left.
Yeah. So in this particular case, I think it just makes sense because it flows with the neighborhood and what the commercial and residential intended use is. But I think the question the mayor was asking, and I'm kind of wondering the same thing. In the future, if there's another subdivision, and will it be automatic in terms of widening the street, or is it something that it's going to be suggested on a case by case?
Typically, it's case by case up to this point, but as a suggestion, it may lie in a UDC change. Okay. To continue that in the future. But right now, we look at all the different neighborhoods, how they're designed, how they're presented, how they connect into whatever feeder road there may be. So a lot of those things come into play for those discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Yes, thank you. I was curious, it's kind of along the same lines. If I'm to read this at face value, it sounds like we have already an agreement for this pilot program, and now we're kind of changing that original design. So I'm just curious on those steps as how we had a design, we went into, rolling out this program, and now we're stepping back to this price tag and saying, we think it should change. So I was just kind of curious at that. It sounds like this is something we're going to look at for designs going forward, but the timeline on that.
It's really continuing the same design. The change in the pilot program is lessening the requirement on the developer for what was originally agreed to for bonding, which is not really required on other streets within the city. So that's the request for the change in the pilot program. But the road itself is a continuation of what has already been funded as well through participation.
Okay.
It's just as they build, they build units, and then they'll build unit 2 and then unit 3. So it's as this develops back, we'll continue to bring those agreements forward.
Okay, so it wasn't something, guess what I was kind of getting at was if there was a way that it was something that we could do proactively, like foresee this is the size we would be looking at, before we're coming and basically doing a change.
Yeah, again, we would look at that as part of any UDC discussion to have maybe a formula or a Gantt chart of some kind to show what may or may not be. But again, we've been in participation with this development for many years, and this is continuing forward.
Thank you for the clarification.
Can I just add, though, Mayor? So we probably should have had this in two different captions. There's really two actions that are in this one item. The one that we've been mostly talking about is one action, which is to have a developer participation agreement to build more of the road into the subdivision. That's at $415,000. That's a developer participation agreement saying that we want the road wider and we're going to pay for the difference. That's action number 2 on the caption. Action number 1 on the caption is to modify an existing agreement that we have with the developer and what is known as a pilot program for street construction known as roller compacted concrete. We don't use that in the city with the exception of this subdivision. And we agreed to allow it in the city under a pilot program for 10 years. That item on this agenda has 2 modifications that we're recommending in the pilot program. One is to eliminate bonding that we had for performance of the road. And the second one is to minimize or to reduce the inspections that we had. We had an inspection every quarter of the roadway. That just took a lot of time for staff. So we're saying don't do it 4 times a year, do the inspections twice a year. So those are the two changes that are being recommended in the pilot program. The pilot program itself would stay in place still. There's no modifications to that. That's a 10-year pilot, and what that means is we don't recommend this product in any other subdivision for at least 10 years until we can really vet out, is this a product that is working or that works and that doesn't transfer risk of maintenance to the taxpayer. So that's really, there's two items here on this agenda item. Okay.
Yeah, so I think we went over that, the first one, and I was going to, or maybe we went over the second one. And then the first one is the one I was going to ask you to, I know you just did it, Peter, and thank you for that. But, you know, I'll be honest, my concern is transferring the risk to the city in not having bonding or insurance. So why would we do that if it's already in place?
Well, again, when we talk about future risk, part of the pilot program is the risk is still on the developer to maintain and replace if those have any fixes that are needed. They lay these down in basically sections that may have to be replaced. That's still dependent upon the developer to replace. It's not on the city. The bonding does help in those financial situations that may occur, but again, we're talking about a developer who's from Corpus, has been in Corpus, has developed here 20 plus years. So again, the change still lays risk on the developer. It still lays the repair, maintenance, the inspections, things of that nature on the developer.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I just want to make some clarifications on this. Were you referring, when you said UDC, are you talking about the Developer Participation Program, not the transportation plan, right? The urban transportation plan?
No, it's not the plan. It's when we were talking about hypothetically looking at how things could qualify for different participation, we could look at that as potential discussion.
We're looking at the type of street this is supposed to be is in the urban transportation plan, right?
It is in the plan, but it's also in the UDC. Based on the type of development that's being done, there is a requirement.
All right, but so what was the original plan for this street? It was supposed to be a C1 collector? What was it supposed to be, or residential? Because when you said 28 feet, that's a residential street.
I'll have to look at that. I don't have that right with me.
So the difference is a 50-foot right-of-way versus a 60-foot right-of-way?
Yes.
Right, so you want to have this a 60-foot right-of-way with a, is that what we're saying?
Yes.
That's what we're asking him to expand it to?
40 to 60, correct.
Okay, thank you.
I move for approval.
I have a question. And again, I understand it's a pilot program. So we don't know yet how the product is truly going to perform. Look, I come from an insurance background, so I'm all about the insurance. And my concern is, so what happens? And I don't know, but I certainly can tell you that people would never, they don't invest in the sidewalks cracking in front of their homes because of the expense of fixing a sidewalk. My concern is the city recommending doing away with insurance and bonding when do we know what this, I mean, we're 3 years in or 2 years in?
3.
We're 3 years in. And I'm sure, I guess, has it performed well?
My understanding is yes. We've even had inquiries from Harris County Engineer to possibly, look at how it's working here.
Okay. And it's not had issues elsewhere, because I think
Not that I'm aware
this
of.
has been applied elsewhere. I mean, in other communities.
The city of Portland allows it. It's outside in the county. So there are other areas that do this.
Okay.
Excuse me, just for the record, it has had some issues, but working with the developer, they've all been corrected. So the installation of it is new for this community, and even though the workforce was brought in from a state that has done it before, there was some uncontrolled situations that caused some performance issues. They have been fixed, though. That's why when we did the pilot program and the agreement, there were quarterly inspections, and that took a day for the city staff and the developer to walk the entire subdivision, and everything was noted, and to date, everything's been fixed. It hasn't been 100% perfect application, but we do have a developer that's committed to making sure he fixes something that could go wrong, and that's what he's done.
Right, and I ask not because of the developer. I'm just talking about the product, the risk, and us taking on that risk when we haven't been. So,
Our Public Works Director, doesn't, we're not 100% convinced that this is the right product for subdivisions. We can say that, Ernie would say that. But we were convinced that a pilot would be warranted. And we put a 10-year maximum on there so we could see, does it really work? And so there's a little bit of risk transfer in terms of the bonding. That risk could be if the developer decides to not do what he's been doing, and that is fix the road, then we could have called on those bonds to have that bonding company pay for the fix. But we have confidence in the developer, and he's here today, and on the public record, he is committed that if something happens, he's still going to fix it, and we don't need to rely on a bonding company to be called to do the fix. However, things could happen. The person could move, the company could, transfer to something else. So there's a little bit of risk.
Okay.
But we think the performance of the individual and the company, Coastal Lots, has been pretty sound, and so the risk is slight, would be what we would say.
Right.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
You answered part of that question. My concern was you said you'd never used it before, and we're only going to do 2 inspections. So it just seems to me like if you've never used it before, you do the 4 inspection. I know that's a lot.
Yeah.
But the people, to me, the risk are the people that are buying these houses.
Right.
And I know he's a good developer. I know that, and I don't have a problem with this. But my concern is you do want that road to hold up. We've got them all over where they haven't held up because of developers.
Right.
So that was my concern.
Yeah, and Councilwoman, just to clarify, it's per year. So there's been quarterly inspections for the past 2 years, and so now we'll transfer from 4 times a year inspections to 2 times a year. If something happens, those are rigorous inspections. But if there's something going on, Ernie and his crews are driving out there, and residents could call us to say, hey, the street's broken. So there's a lot of ways to see that it might have an issue. Those are contractual inspections where the developer has to walk with city staff every section of that subdivision. But outside of that, I would say every day there's an inspection because people are coming in and out. We're driving in and out. Our garbage trucks are going in and out. So we're constantly looking at it.
Yeah, and those garbage trucks really hurt those roads, as
Well,
we
it's
know.
part of the,
Well, my concern is just the citizens that, how long is he going to continue to repair the road?
Up to 10 years.
10 years.
He has to pay for it for 10 years. No taxpayer, no homeowner over there.
Boy, that's a leap of faith.
No, he agreed to it.
That's good. That's good.
That's the
All
only
right,
way.
thank you.
That's the only way we would recommend it, Councilwoman. Because
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Guntu.
What kind of issues have you been having on that road?
I'll let Public Works.
Yeah, let's have Ernie, Public
Because I drive on it every day, and it's a beautiful road, so.
Mayor, Council, Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public Works. So the process for inspection is handled by engineering services. We have our engineering services team. They have inspectors, and they go side by side with Mr. Masagashi and do those scheduled visits as per the agreement. You are correct, sir, in saying that, I guess to somebody that's not aware of visual distress and how concrete pavements are analyzed, there is no failures to speak to as far as potholes or shear failure. What we do have is preliminary distress, and so we have longitudinal cracking, transverse cracking, and those issues are really what are a mystery to us so far, to me especially, because I have to come up with the reasons why. And so usually when you have a pavement, and when we call it concrete, but it's actually an in-between product. It's in between concrete and flexible pavement because it is compacted with compactors after its place. So it's not like your conventional reinforced concrete pavement or jointed concrete pavement. So what we do have are longitudinal cracks that are somewhat open. They're considered structural failures still, even though the vaulting hasn't begun. So now that you have that, Mr. Matsugashi and this agreement, they have been proactive in preventing further deterioration. If this agreement wasn't in place and we had the cracking that did form happen and we would just go to our regularly scheduled program, Public Works would have to go out there and seal the cracks. If it happened to go on beyond those cracks, and then you had moisture intrusion into the substructure, then with the trash trucks and time, you will begin to see what you see, say, for example, on Taylor Street downtown. Your concrete streets that haven't been, have gone beyond their life period. What gives me pause is that it's a 3-year period where we're starting to see this. You shouldn't see these types of cracks, somewhere between the 12, 13-year time frame. Everybody's correct in that these have been proactively inspected and proactively corrected. At the end of the period, I think we'll come to some kind of conclusion as far as the product is concerned and provide a good, thorough evaluation and presentation on what we think the product can or cannot do for the city.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
I heard he moved to.
Oh, you did? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. And again, I want to reiterate, I support the program. I don't like the risk being transferred to the city. And that's my only issue with that. And of course, the reimbursement is very rightful, and I love that we're looking at making water or building water streets. Okay, moving on. Well, those are all the items that were pulled from, did we have one more?
Mayor, 16 was also pulled,
Oh,
we
I'm
understand?
sorry. Okay, who pulled item 16?
Caitlin.
Kaylin. So item number 16 is a resolution to accept the easements that dedicate the Michael J. Ellis Seawall on North Padre Island. Councilwoman Paxton, your question or comment? Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that a lot of people worked really hard on this project, and it took some time to get those agreements with all those properties. Speaking for, someone in that district, I think with this type of a project to move forward, and we certainly do understand that there's a lot of benefits for protecting and maintaining and recognizing that structure for what it is at the city level. I would say that there's gonna, I would love to see still going forward into the next chapter of this project, a lot of attention to keeping a close communication with the district and making sure the future of that seawall matches the vision of the residents there. I know that we've heard talks of every which way, and those are not definitely reality, but that's something that's going to be very important to that district, is maintaining that communication with the future of that.
Absolutely. And Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. This project, it was first approved in the CIP in 2023, but in order to carry this forward, we had to get the easements. And the concerns that you mentioned are included in these easement agreements. We've agreed that we're not going to put any amenities on the seawall without the adjoining property owner's consent. So once we have some plans ready, we're going to roll those out, make sure they're comfortable with what we're proposing. The other part of this item is we were holding out taking official action by council to accept maintenance responsibility until we had all of those easements. And we took the engineering contract last month, but we were still missing one of the easements, and we've since got that in. And part of the reason we wanted council to take this action, where we're passing a resolution accepting maintenance responsibility, is we feel like that's a necessary criteria for this to be FEMA eligible if there is a future disaster.
Okay. You going to make a motion to approve?
I was just going to finish, and you're right, being eligible for FEMA, that's something, we've spent a lot of time and energy investing in that beach and renourishing and the future of what that looks like, not only for the island, but for the whole city. So that's going to be a project that I really think we're all going to have to work together on and be very communicative about.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. She was, okay.
Motion to approve.
Okay, second. Okay, please submit your vote. Or are we?
Voting again?
Yeah. The motion carries. We'll go to section M, public hearings, items 22 and 23. Item number 22 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater trunk line construction and reimbursement agreement with MPM Development.
I move approval.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 22? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 23 is a zoning case number ZN 8425, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 4222 Avalon Street.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 23? Okay, there being no one, we will close public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Section N, individual consideration items, items 24 and 25. Item number 24 is a motion authorizing a construction contract to Victory Building Team, Corpus Christi, Texas, for City of Corpus Christi Southside Police Substation in District 5.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I think this is a great news item. This is the second Bond 24 project that we're awarding a construction contract for. We awarded one for the northwest substation. We didn't quite have, we had to delay the bid on this one a little bit. That's why it didn't go last month, but it's actually the same contractor submitted the low bid, and we're really excited to get two Bond 24 projects under construction this close to the referendum.
It's a very good news item, and I might point out it's a local contractor, so that's even better. Chief Markle, you want to do a little cheer or anything? No, you don't have to get up. You don't have to get up. No, that's
You're going to
okay.
make him walk up?
He's got something going on there. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I was kind of perturbed this last time that this went second, even though it was on the bond first. But there are some questions. This is a lower price than the one on the northwest side. Can you explain that?
I think it's due to some of the site work. We were putting kind of a roundabout in the road. There was a little bit of extra work involved with retrofitting that in to the West Guth site.
Yeah, just that.
Councilman, what was your question again?
This is a similar design to the one on the northwest side, but it's a lower cost.
Yeah,
the building is essentially identical, but the site work is a little different.
Included in this project, Councilman, is something not to do with the building, but rather the traffic circulation at West Guth Park, and it was included in the design and in the construction bidding. So when you come into West Guth Park today, you pretty much hang a right. You take a right to the senior center and areas over there, with the police substation now being over here, and we want it to be citizen friendly and accessible accessible. There wasn't a good way to get to it. So this project includes a roundabout. It's going to reconfigure when you come into the park. That cost is included in this project budget. That's why this one's.
So are they going to be paying for the roundabout, is what you're saying, on the northwest side, or is that going to be?
Yes, on the northwest side.
Yeah.
So the difference is $80,000. So is the cost for that roundabout only $80,000?
I would have to do a detailed analysis of the bids to answer that question, but the timing was a little bit different. There could be any number of reasons to explain this, but I think it's the lowest bidder in both cases. It's a responsible contractor, so our option is to recommend award.
Okay, I just, for future reference, since there is a minor difference and there's a significant item that is different from these two locations, it seems $80,000 is not the right amount of cost difference. But I'll let you to do the analysis and get back to me.
Okay, well, I'll try to get an answer to that question and get it to you. So there was some.
Okay, I've just, when you have two things that are the same, or relatively the same, and then you say that the one thing is different, is a kind of a road structure, and the cost difference is $80,000, it seems a little odd.
Okay, well.
Okay, I'm just, I know you go through a lot of these, and there's a lot of things that that's on your plate, and I don't mean to be, nitpicky on this, but it does seem like a large.
Well, I'll talk to the owner of the company and get an explanation. I'm sure he'll explain to me exactly what the logic was in that pricing differential.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and second. Councilman Barrera?
Yes, I intend to vote for this project, but I wanted to, and particularly I want to make these comments before Mark gets the opportunity to do that. I want to thank Del Mar College, Mark Escamilla, the Board of Trustees, particularly their president, for amending their original contract from 5 acres for $10 a year for 50 years to 14 acres. So how much do you think that they saved us? Anybody? Just by doing that? But for not having to do with a land acquisition?
A lot.
Okay, a lot sounds good. But, I've said this before, this is good community partnership. When we have a partner like that that's willing to dedicate their land, so that way we can have that much needed South Side police substation. So I know there's been a motion and a second already, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to go ahead and ask for open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 24? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and please submit your vote. The motion carries. And our last item of the day, item number 25. This is an ordinance approving a 10-year renewal of the existing lease agreement with Padre Island Yacht Club.
Good afternoon. Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems, CCW. Again, this is an existing lease agreement we have with the Padre Island Yacht Club. This is a 10-year renewal of that agreement. As part of that agreement, we are also including a 5-year option at the end of the 10-year term. The Padre Island Yacht Club is located adjacent to our Whitecap wastewater treatment plant. It's located on the southwest side of the lot itself, and the yacht club it doesn't take away any of the usable space from the wastewater treatment plant. The agreement was originally instituted in 1995, and it's had different amendments over the years. Again, this is just the exercise of the 10-year amendment.
Okay. Go ahead.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 25? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Okay, well, this concludes our first council meeting of the year. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.